get ready to learn from one of our teachers, one of our lecturers. She is good, she's excellent in this field. So get ready to learn from her. And also feel free to ask your question. In between the lectures, you can decide to type in your question on the chat room. Wherever you don't understand, okay, just feel free to do that on the chat room. All right? Thank you so much, everybody. Please, as you are coming in, feel free to fill in the attendance, okay? Without further waste of time, I am going to be welcoming our lecturer for today. Excuse me. Please fill in the attendance. The link has been dropped on the chat room. Fill in the attendance. Excuse me. All right. Without further ado, I want us to welcome our lecturer in the person of Feyisayo Odejide. I'm sorry for that. Feyisayo Odejide. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. You're welcome. Please, you can take it off from here, ma'am.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Beautiful. Good morning. Thank you, Mercy, for that. I'm very grateful, and good morning, everybody who is on the call. It's lovely to be here with you, and I must say that I'm excited to go on this journey with you. So thank you so very much for coming. I can see that there are not a lot of us on the call just yet, so I was hoping that maybe we would wait just a little bit more so that we can have more people join us before we start, so that we don't take anybody back in the course of the class. So I don't know, maybe we can give like 10 more minutes and then we will start full force. I will share my screen now and then wait for 10 minutes and then we will begin, if that is fine with everybody. Can I get a response, please?
Please feel free to give your response on the chat room.
Very well. So we'll just wait for 10 minutes and then we'll proceed. So at the dot of 9:19, we will proceed. Let's just wait for a few more people to join us so that it will be, more beneficial to more people. Thank you. For joining the class. I'm excited to start today. So today we're going to be exploring GNS 101, and that is the use of English. The use of English. The use of English. It looks to me like, okay, very well. So you're welcome once again. And I want to first of all share the general objectives and the goal of this course with all of us. And so in this segment, I will tell you that I aim to set the stage for an exciting journey through the intricacies of the English language. And as we embark on this course together, it is essential to understand the fundamental objectives and goals that will guide our learning experience. So what are our general objectives? As you can see here, The first one is what? To develop appropriate study skills, to understand the nature of the language, to grasp the basic rules of grammar, and to know the essential qualities of a paragraph, as well as appreciate literary works in English. All right? So we're going to equip students with language skills for their course and profession. And I do understand that quite a couple of us, a number of us rather, already have a career, already have a profession. However, those of us who are just starting, this will be a way to guide you going forth, all right? So another thing is that we'll enable effective communication in English in various contexts, right? And then we want to foster interaction within our society, you know. Well, let's keep going so that I don't, take us back too much. Pardon me. Okay. Pardon me. Right. So one of the things that, pardon me, I'm trying to get rid of this the ribbon. Can someone guide me as to how to do that? I don't know. Because it's eating into my slides. But whatever. It's important for us to set, a comprehensive set of language skills that are crucial for the effective communication and academic success. And we're going to be doing this through engaging in lessons and interactive activities, as we go along. All right. So what we plan to achieve in all of this is what? Language proficiency. We want to develop and enhance, the proficiency of students. We see a lot of people going to do IELTS. They're doing that for proficiency, to prove that they're proficient in the English language. So when people want to travel outside of the country, they want evidence that, oh, you know what, you can communicate adequately in the English language. It's quite evident that as a country, English language is our official language. In schools, we're taught in English, and all of that. However, it seems that the rest of the world does not particularly agree that as a country, we are proficient in the English language. Else, they wouldn't ask us to go and start proving that we're able to speak English or anything like that. But what has to be done has to be done. So in this class, that's what's one of the things we'll be doing. Develop and enhance the proficiency of the students in English language, both in written and verbal communication. Okay, and then we want to foster critical thinking skills by analyzing and interpreting various forms of the English language. And this includes literature, essays, and academic articles. And of course, effective writing is one of the things that we're going to be also exploring, so that people are able to cultivate the ability to express their ideas in a coherent manner, in a very coherent manner. We see a lot of writing that is not particularly coherent. It's not clear to whoever is receiving that literature, as it were, what someone else is trying to say to them. So that's another thing that we're going to be doing, coherence in writing, and also persuasive writing, clarity, structure, and creativity, right? And then communication skills, our oral communication skills. A lot of people cannot communicate orally effectively. They cannot effectively convey their thoughts and whatever it is that they want to say to another person. So we'll be exploring that as well. And then literary appreciation. I mean, it's important to read, and it's also one of the reasons why a lot of people are not doing well in communication. Because if you don't read, then you don't have a vast vocabulary. And if you do not have a vast vocabulary, then it's going to be difficult to convey your thoughts and your ideas to someone else. And at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to adequately, communicate because you don't read. I've heard it said countless times with regards to Black people, that if you want to hide something from a Black man, hide it in a book, because it's a challenge. We typically just do not want to read, but it's important to read. So yeah, it's important to read. So like I said, one of the things that we're going to be talking about today is how to develop appropriate study skills, and specific learning objectives in this regard is for us to explain the necessity for good note taking. It's important to take notes, unless you do not plan to ever refer to those things that are being talked about. It's important to take notes. I've heard it being said that the shortest pencil is better than the longest memory, So it's important to take notes. You can't, well, unless you have an eidetic memory, you can't necessarily remember everything that has been said to you. So in this class today, it is important that you take notes if you have plans to remember the things that we're talking about today. It's important. So note-taking and the use of dictionary is very important. The correct use of the dictionary is very important. We'll be talking about note-taking techniques and dictionary use. Okay? So what is the importance of study skills? What is the importance of study skills? It's important to have adequate and proper study skills, because that will help you to do what? It will help you to maximize your learning potential. It will help you achieve academic excellence. It will help you build strong foundations. And of course, lifelong learning. Lifelong learning. So in maximizing your learning potential, study skills are definitely your secret weapon. I mean, there's so many people who are not necessarily the brightest of people, but because they've developed proper study skills, they've been able to turn out as, honor students, So at the end of the day, it's important to be able to have, the proper and effective learning skills, and study skills, and then that way your learning potential is maximized. It will help you empower. To empower you to absorb, to retain, and to apply knowledge effectively. It will empower you to absorb, retain, and apply knowledge effectively. And I mean, there's no point having knowledge if you're not able to adequately and effectively apply it. Okay? And then next, it will help you achieve academic excellence. And who doesn't want to be academically excellent? Especially if you're a student. Everybody wants to have academic excellence. And it's not just about completing your assignments. It's not just about, acing your tests. While those are important, more than anything, it's about mastering the art of learning. The art of learning. Study skills will lay the groundwork, for helping you achieve your academic excellence and pursuits. And then what other thing? To help you build a strong foundation. To help you build a strong foundation. Just as a study building needs a solid foundation, the same way your academic journey also needs a robust, foundation. And in order to get a robust foundation, you need to have what? Robust study skills. Okay? Robust study skills. And this will provide what? Stability, resilience, and everything that you need in the face of what? Challenging coursework. Because, I mean, all kinds of people have all kinds of, courseworks, as it were, where your study in school is concerned. And everyone has a different level of, challenge that they have to overcome on a daily basis whilst they're in school. And so if you have this strong foundation, it is inevitable that, you will find it a little bit easier or marginally easier, depending on, everybody's strengths. And at the end of the day, we also want to have the ability to learn for a long time, so lifelong learning, because the ability to learn is a skill. The ability to learn is a skill. To sit down and say, okay, you know what, I can open up a book and I can read up about something and I can learn it and I can become proficient in it. Okay, and so these skills will help you do that. They'll help you adequately know how to learn. There's something called learnability. Every time you read a CV every now and again, everybody will say, oh, I can learn on the job. I'm very teachable. I'm this, I'm that. And for some people that may be true. However, it isn't always the case. But the ability to learn, to learn how to learn, it's going to be an amazing virtue for anyone who's able to achieve this. Okay, so welcome to the class officially. We're going to be mastering skills for academic success. And these are the active learning techniques that exist. Engage for success. Active learning is the heartbeat of effective study. It's not just about, reading stuff, cramming it. No. It's not about cramming. It's not about, my Yoruba people here will understand what I mean when I say beru, beso. That means that, you've put it in your head and then you've gone to the exam hall and you've just poured it out. And the moment you've left that place, you can't even remember what that thing is about. No, because there's no point learning something if you're not going to use it. And I mean, an English proverb says, what is worth doing is worth doing well. If you're going to engage in anything, you should do it well. Else, it's not worth doing at all. Okay? So these methods will not only enhance your understanding, but also it will make your learning experience more enjoyable and impactful. So we have time management strategies. Time management this is the bridge between your aspiration and your accomplishment. Like if you have something that you aspire to, if there's something that you want to be able to do and do well, and you know you have this aspiration, then my darlings, my people, my friends, my brothers and my sisters, I promise you, you need to know how to manage time. You need to know how to prioritize. You need to know how to set goals. You need to know how to schedule effectively. You need to know all these things. If not, I promise you, you're wasting your time. And I do understand that there's a hidden message in what I just said. So truly and actually, pun intended. Okay? We need to learn how to navigate the demanding academic landscape while managing a healthy balance. I know there are people who go to school and who work. I know people who go to school and who have a family that they're maintaining and they're taking care of. And if you're going to do the two things together, you need to adequately know how to manage time. You need to know how to master time management. You know, you need to know how to do things timely, how to put the right time for the right allotment of time for the right things, doing the right things at the right time. Yes, it may not be easy. As a matter of fact, it may be downright difficult. However, notwithstanding, if you're going to go into it, then you need to know how to manage your time effectively. Okay, and so these are a few points that I've put down that that you need to be able to manage your time effectively and adequately. Number one is what? Prioritization. Number two is goals, setting goals. And number three is effective scheduling. And in the world of academia, and not only academia, but in the world of academia, effective prioritization is your compass. What does a compass do? What does a compass do? What is the point of having a compass? Can anybody tell me in the chat room, please? What is a compass?
To know where you are headed.
Beautiful. A tool that helps you know where you're headed. Now, this skill is what will help you know where you're headed. You know, there's something called in economics. Can anybody remind me of what a scale of preference? A scale
Yes.
of preference. Yes. And in that scale of preference, it's just telling you, you know, what is more important than the other in order for you to get, you know, the right things done at the right time. And that's what we're saying here. You need to be able to prioritize what is the most important thing, you know, what is the most important thing per time. It's about identifying your tasks, which one carried the most weight in your academic journey. You know, you need to ask yourself those questions. What are my assignments due soon? Which ones are due soon? You know, which topics have I learned that require me to have a deeper understanding? You know, and then you prioritize those tasks based on your deadlines and how important they are. That way, you are allocating your time and energy to what matters the most. Okay? So it's important to prioritize. And it's not just with academic excellence or in school, it's important in life. It's important in life. If you do not prioritize, I mean, you're doing yourself a very, very big disservice. Okay, somebody says they can't hear me. Can everybody else hear me?
Yes, we
can
can hear
everybody
you.
else hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we can.
perhaps it's the network. Perhaps it's the network. Let me okay, lovely. So I mean, I guess it's the network where you are, ma'am. So perhaps maybe if you move a little bit, you might be able to hear me better. Okay, so let's
Yes, we are all
proceed.
ears.
Beautiful, thank you. Let's proceed. Now, setting goals is another point that I wanted to talk about, because these are setting goals are the roadmap to success. Goals are the roadmap to success, and you need to set appropriate goals. Because if you set, your goals clearly and you set achievable goals, you create a sense of direction in your academic endeavors. It goes without saying. So you need to do what? You need to break them down into larger objectives. Sorry, you need to break down larger objectives into smaller ones. So I was talking to someone the day before yesterday, and we were talking about the issue of depression. And we were saying that for everybody who has that challenge, the important thing is to take every day as it comes. Don't for people like that, we don't want them to book large allotment of times for things that they need to do, but because it becomes daunting for them. And therefore, in this case as well, if you don't do, portion those things into little bit of, tasks, it may look like, it's a daunting, large task. But if you break it down and make it, smaller, then it becomes manageable. Okay, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So it's important to set goals. If there's an overall large goal, then you can break them up into, different little cubes that says, you know what, okay, for instance, if you have something that's supposed to last a year, you can break it down into, quarter, so that you can say, okay, you know what, in the month of January, I expect to have been able to do this, and then in the month of February, this, and then in March, this, and then in April, this, all the way down to December. Okay? That way, you're working with a timeline and you're working with goals that are manageable. Okay? Goals that are manageable. And this will not only make, your workload more approachable, but it will also provide you with, victories, so you can start to celebrate each milestone, as you overcome it. Am I making sense?
Yes,
all right? Beautiful, thank you. All right, so at the end of the day, goals will give you a purpose to time, making each study session a step to towards academic success. All right, and then the third thing that I wanted to say here is to talk about effective scheduling. Effective scheduling, because a well-crafted schedule is the cornerstone of effective time management. Effective time management. Schedule. So you need to allocate specific time blocks for different activities. And this includes sessions, breaks, and leisure. Like today, for instance, at 12 o'clock, we're going to be going on a 1-hour break to return at 1 o'clock to complete the rest of the class. It makes sense to do that because everybody is different. And at the same time, everybody needs, to get a break every now and again, okay? And the other thing is that we need to be realistic about the time each task will require. Don't try to be Superman or Superwoman or Wonder Woman, as it were. Don't forget that, at the end of the day, you need to also add in time for, miscellaneous events, as it were, things that you were not planning for or were not unexpected, that were going to be unexpected. However, you can't plan for them. You just call them what? Unexpected events. so that, you know, when that happens, you know that you have already created the time for it. You already have, you know, a tolerance for it. Okay, there's a budget for it. And then a balanced schedule ensures that you not only meet your academic demands.
Peter, what?
Please, can you mute yourself?
You want to ask in the morning? I think though.
Can you mute yourself, please? All right. Where was I? Okay. So a balanced schedule ensures that you not only meet your academic demands, but also maintain a healthy work-life balance, which is very important. Work-life balance. If you don't have that balance, I promise you, you're headed for disaster, and nobody wants to have, you know, disaster in their life. So please, at the end of the day, all of these things are to help you manage your time, manage your life, and manage your health adequately. Okay? And so, what are the benefits of mastering time management? It helps you to reduce stress. I mean, it goes without saying. And then it helps to increase your productivity and improve your learning outcomes. Okay? It helps you reduce stress, it helps you increase productivity, and it helps improve your learning outcomes. So when you know exactly what needs to be done and when, the stress of the looming deadlines diminishes, you know, because you already have an idea. Unless you're not serious, unless you're not good at managing your time, it should reduce your stress. It should, because you already know when what needs to be done. And then gradually you're taking little time slots, whatever or whenever it is, to work towards that goal. So there's no stress on you. It's not like it's just, you know, being pushed onto you, you know, and then you have to like crash course it. And those days come to be. Those days happen. But when those days happen, they should be, you know, far between. You know, they should be far between. They shouldn't be things that happen on a daily basis or even on a weekly or monthly basis, but once in a while, right? And then mastering your time and adequately managing your time will help you increase your productivity. You know, by prioritizing your tasks and setting your goals, you become more productive. You find yourself accomplishing way more in less time. And then this way, you leave room for additional learning and well-deserved relaxation. You can go to the spa, you can, you know, have a fun time with your family, you can do all kinds of things when you've planned yourself properly. Because at the end of the day, we need to be able to relax. Else, we're headed for disaster. And nobody wants to be in a disastrous situation. So this is very, very important, okay? And then when you adequately manage your time and you've effectively and efficiently managed your time, you end up with the luxury of dedicating focused quality time to each subject, okay? And at the end of the day, this enhances, you know, your understanding and retention of whatever it is that you're reading. And, you know, it's also at the end of the day contributing to an improved academic performance. Okay, note-taking skills. Effective note-taking is a skill that can transform your learning experience. And I know a lot of people that surround me who are fantastic at note-taking. And I've seen how it has helped them. And I've had to, you know, learn that skill myself. So much so that every time I have something to say to an audience, I end up writing it down first, and sometimes even reading from it, because, you know, it helps me organize my thoughts, You know, it helps me get to the point. I end up not rambling too much, you know, not talking, not going around in circles, but putting things into perspective and saying what needs to be said in record time. So it's important to take notes. It's important to write things down all the time. You know, your notes are not just a record, but they're very good. It's a very powerful tool to help with your comprehension and retention, to help you remember things, to help you ruminate on things, to help you, you know, know the things to keep in your memory and things not to, you know, and it helps you to discover how to, it helps you to discover how to unlock, you know, your full potential. Okay, so note taking is very important, and it's a skill that, you know, a lot of people need to develop for the ones who haven't developed it. Okay. And so these are some notes taking methods. We have the Cornell method. The Cornell method is a proven strategy to transform your note taking into a powerful learning tool. And this one, it requires you to divide your note paper into 3 sections: a narrow left, a column for cues and keywords, and a wider right column for detailed notes. And a summary section, of course, for the bottom. So I should have brought an example of what it looks like. Unfortunately, I think I quite skipped my memory to do that. However, if you Google it, I'm sure you'll find what a Cornell method of note-taking looks like. Okay? So this systematic approach not only organizes your notes, but it also facilitates active recall, because, you know, we're visual beings, and sometimes when you've put something down a particular way, you know, you've done all the margins on your notes and all of that, and you've read it that way. If a question or something comes up in the future, you more often than not find yourself visualizing this piece of paper where you've written this thing on. That it works that way for me. It may not work that way for everybody else, but I'm sure majority of people will agree that this is how it works for them. Okay? So it's important to know that, you know, these methods exist, and you should enjoy using them to learn, as it were. Okay? And then we have active listening. Effective note-taking begins with what? Active listening. You have to be engaged and fully invested in whatever it is that is being said, so that you can write down things properly. Because, you know, if you don't listen actively, you may end up writing things that are a bit disjointed. Okay? So engage with the material, ask questions, participate in the discussions, and then by actively listening during the lectures or the study sessions, you then end up, you know, with the key information, and also you're enhancing your own understanding of these complex concepts. All right? So your notes then become a reflection of your engagement, and it will ensure a deeper connection with the subject matter. It's important. When you're taking notes, listen, engage, ask questions. Wherever you find that there's a bit of a challenge or a gap, or you're not quite understanding, you need to ask questions, you need to engage. And even in asking those questions and in that engagement, you are also forming some kind of memory in your brain. So much so that when, you know, the subject matter comes up in future, you remember asking that question. You remember that engagement, you know, and so, yeah, that's another aspect. And then there's something called annotations. Annotations are the breadcrumbs in the labyrinth of your notes. You know, so when you like write all the notes and everything, there's some points that, you know, you're underlining. There's some marginal notes that you're adding in one corner. You know, sometimes it's even things that just pop up in your own head, but that help you to bring everything together to, you know, to have a cohesive note writing experience, as it were. Okay, so it's important to highlight concepts. It's important to, you know, take do some asterisking and things like that. So many ways to do your annotations, as it were. And that way, you know, there's a hierarchy, a visual hierarchy that is created, and then it helps you to emphasize the crucial information and aid in the quick review. Okay, so annotation will transform your notes from mere transcripts into dynamic study aids, enhancing comprehension and what? Retention. It will enhance comprehension and retention. So what are the benefits of the effective note taking? Enhanced retention, like we said before, efficient review, active engagement. Okay, enhanced retention, efficient review, and active engagement. The act of summarizing the information in your Cornell method, as it were, for instance, and engaging actively ensures that you process and retain information more actively. You know, when you summarize the information that has been given to you, you end up being able to process and retain that information more effectively. And a well annotated note will provide quick and efficient review tools, right? Because, you know, you've written down your notes, and just because of the way you've written it down, it helps you to to more easily understand and what's the word I'm looking for? Capture, to more easily capture what it is that you've written down. That way, just looking at it, you already know what is what and what goes where. Okay? So when exams approach, or you have a test or anything like that, it's easy for you to navigate through your notes, you know, and you know where the key points are, because, you know, you've underlined it, you've put an asterisk on it, you've put all kinds of things on it to help reinforce your understanding. Okay? And then active listening and note-taking will keep you actively engaged in the material, you know, and that way you have a deep connection with your subject matter, and it also helps you, you know, enjoy your study sessions and effectively do your studying. We have what is called critical reading methods. Reading with purpose. Reading with purpose. It's not just about, you know, reading, going through the motions or things like that, but it's about the exact meaning and understanding. You know, you can read stuff and just read without understanding it, but it's important to actually read to understand. It's important to read to get the real meaning of what you're reading about. And so, you know, it helps you to elevate your reading skills to a new level and allows you to grasp complex concepts and extract value insights from your academic materials. So reading with purpose. Annotation techniques is one of the things that is required when you're talking about reading with purpose. And then also questioning while reading is another one. Okay, so reading with purpose, critical reading techniques. Sorry, please, can you give me 1 minute? I need to quickly attend to something. 1 minute, please. Pardon me. Apologies, I am back. Sorry that I had to go. It was something that was very urgent that I needed to quickly attend to. Okay, so where were we? Right, annotation techniques. Now, if effective critical reading begins with what? Active engagement, like we have said before. And annotations are very powerful technique for your texts, you know, because it helps you to mark your key points, underline important concepts, and jot down your thoughts, or like Josh Trifoni will say, jot things down. Okay, so whether in the margins or using digital tools, annotations serve as your conversation with the text. It means that, well, what that means that it's like you're having a conversation with what it is that you are reading. Now, isn't that an interesting thing to imagine, talking to your text? Okay, so it helps with also enhancing your comprehension, because if you're having a conversation with what it is that you're reading, so to speak, you know, that way you're even better assimilating and, you know, comprehending it. And then it helps to make the material definitely more memorable. Okay. And so another thing is to ask questions while reading. You know, while you're reading whatever material it is you're reading, you're asking yourself questions, you know, and it's like a dialogue between you and the author that has written the material, whether it's a book, whether it's a novel, whatever kind of literature it is, you know, it's like you're having that conversation with the author. But more than anything, it's really about having a conversation with yourself, because what, the author is not there with you. So you encourage yourself to ask questions as you read. What is the main argument? How does this information relate to what I already know? Questioning not only promotes critical thinking, but it also ensures that you actively process the material leading towards a deeper understanding. Please ask questions if I'm losing you or if there's anything that is not quite clear. In the comments, please ask questions, and I'll be very happy to respond afterwards, okay? Yeah. What are the benefits of critical reading? Deeper understanding, improved analytical skills, enhanced retention. We already talked about this, okay? So there's something called resources for success. Resources for success. And that's what is taking you beyond what the basic things that you already, do and you already know about. So your academic success does not exist in isolation, So from libraries to online databases and the power of collaborative learning in study groups, additional support systems can enhance your learning experience, whatever it is, I know a lot of people now refer to a lot of online tools, as it were, to help in aiding their learning and their reading journey, as it were, because it's no longer about just staring at your computer and the books that you have or anything like that to get the information that you need and the learning experience that you need. But then there's so many other resources that you can use for your success, to enhance your success, to enhance your learning experience, okay? So many, so many. So, we have library and online resources, and then study groups for collaborative learning. That the different fora right now that help people, you only need to just go to the right place. You need to, use your search engines to be able to search for the different fora that exist in order for you to find what you're looking for. So you have study groups, you have, like I said, online resources and the library and all of that, there's the option to use interactive learning, and I'm sure those ones, by the time you go onto Google and search for whatever subject matter that you need, you'll find things like that. Coming to library resources with a dynamic interaction and study group provides comprehensive learning experience, so it ensures that you're well prepared to tackle whatever it is that you have in front of you. And then as you take your time to study and all of that, you will explore the resources that are available to you. So it's easy to say, oh, visit a library and all of that. And the funny thing is, libraries do exist all around us. I do know of a library in Ikeja. I know of a library, I think somewhere in Ilukweju as well. There are libraries. And then there are online libraries as well that you can join, so that you can also then join the community of those libraries and all of that. So I know that we're in an environment that is somewhat limiting, and I'm being very modest. However, we should do what we need to do, as much as possible, because whether challenging or not, we have to survive and we have to thrive. Not just survive, but thrive as well. Okay? So yeah. So now we're going to look at what language, the nature of language. The nature of language. And here we'll be looking at what the concept of language and its characteristics, the 4 language skills and their functions, and then uses of English language in Nigeria. Okay? So let's know the nature of language, the concept of language. Language is a multifaceted and dynamic system of communication that forms the bedrock of human interaction. Without language, we cannot interact. Whether it's English language, whether it's German, whether it's Yoruba, whether it's Igbo, whether it's Hausa, whether it's Russian, whether it's Slav, whatever language it is, without it, we cannot interact. We cannot communicate. Language involves the use of symbols such as words, gestures, sounds in form of speech, and rules that govern their combination. The intricate web of elements here allows individuals to convey meaning, share thoughts, and express emotion. Understanding the concept of language is the cornerstone for effective communication and provides the foundation for linguistic exploration. Now, what are the characteristics of language? Language possesses distinctive characteristics that contribute to its richness and versatility. And these characteristics include arbitrariness. That is what the relationship between the symbols and the meanings is arbitrary. The relationship between the symbols, that is the words, and their meanings is arbitrary. What does arbitrary mean? Can anybody tell me what arbitrary means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please go on.
The interpretation we give to symbols or words.
No. I mean the word arbitrary, what does it mean? Okay, so the word arbitrary, what it means is that it's something that is based on some kind of a whim, you know? It's not, there's no real system to it, if maybe other than any reason or system, okay? So that's what the word arbitrary means. So what we're saying here is that the relationship between symbols and their meanings is arbitrary. That means that whoever came up with a particular word in the very beginning, at its very origin, just came up with that word because, well, it seems to work. Okay? And then there's something called duality. Duality means that language operates on 2 levels. The surface level of the sounds and the abstract level of meaning. The surface level of sounds and the abstract level of meaning. So on the surface, even as I speak, my words have a sound. But then on the abstract level, you, for some reason, understand the meaning of what it is that I'm saying. That is the duality of language. And then we talk about productivity. Language is creative, and it allows for the generation of infinite novel utterances. You know, people come up with new words every day. Every day, there's something new. And every now and again, it's added to the dictionary for some reason. What's that word that was added to the dictionary last year? I can't remember now, but I know that a new word, and I think it's a Gen Z word, was added to the dictionary last year. You know, because somebody comes up with it every day. I do know for certain that the word severally never used to be in the dictionary. But
Yes,
then,
there are just 5 words.
Nigerians use that word so often. And the Igbo people, the owners of the word, realize that, okay, this word actually makes sense. How come it's not in the dictionary? And then they added it in, you know? So language is productive. Okay? Then there's something called cultural transmission. Language is learned and passed down through generations within a culture. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I'm a Yoruba woman, and my desire is to make sure that I pass down the language to my children, and they pass it down to their children and their children's children. And, you know, it goes on that way. The language was passed down to me, it was passed down to my mom and dad, it was passed down to my grandparents, and, you know, we can continue to trace the ancestry of the language. So that's what cultural transmission is. And then displacement. Language enables communication about things not present in the immediate environment. You can, I mean, I was just talking about Oyinbo people. There's no Oyinbo person around me right now, you know, but I can talk about them. I can talk about things that are far, far away in my immediate environment. That's displacement. And then we have the 4 language skills. And these are the same skills that they test for in, you know, IELTS and CELT and all whatnot. We have the speaking skills, we have the listening skills, we have the writing skills, and we have the reading skills. And what is the speaking skill? It's the ability to articulate your thoughts and ideas verbally. And speaking is very important. And I know a lot of people, especially in Nigeria, they maintain and they keep saying, oh, I don't have to speak English that well. English is not my father's language. It's not this. But guess what? English is the official language of Nigeria. It's what is spoken everywhere. It's what is used to teach in schools. What is worth doing is worth doing well. If you're not able to speak the language that's the official language of your country adequately and well, then, I mean, you have a challenge. And that challenge exists everywhere right now as I speak. Too many people are unable to properly articulate their thoughts and put it into speech as I speak. You hear too many ums and uhs and you know, and you see and like when people are speaking. And those are even the ones who can actually speak the language. What about the ones who can't speak the language, who lose words, who lose whole letters in words, who use past for present, and all of that? I don't think that as a country, we should have people who are educated and are unable to adequately speak the English language. And if you don't know it, it's important to learn it. And there are people out there, myself inclusive, who are willing to teach people how to speak the English language properly, adequately, effectively. And then we have listening, actively listening and comprehending spoken language. Again, too many people also cannot even understand what is said to them in the English language. And it's getting increasingly upsetting to hear and observe and witness how language, English language particularly, has deteriorated, especially with the younger generation. So you're speaking, you're telling someone something, and they can't quite understand what you're saying. And it can get quite frustrating as well. And one of the reasons I think for this is because we do not read anymore. Too many things are taking our attention away from reading. You know, we have TV, which has always been, but I mean, now we have 24 hours TV. We have streaming platforms. We have our phones. We have our computers. We have our tablets. You know, we have all these things, and they're taking our attention away. They're taking the younger generation's attention away from reading. And then we have what? Writing. The skill of expressing thoughts and ideas through written language. And oh, I'm appalled by the way writing is done these days. Majority of the youth are unable to write properly. Now there are too many abbreviations that almost cannot be read. But of course, it's like writing in code. But that's not writing English. And a lot of people, because they've been writing in code and abbreviation for a long time, are unable to even remember the spelling of words. And then, of course, my favorite, reading, the ability to interpret and understand written language. So these are the 4 language skills that are tested for, especially for all the people who want to japa. And I find it quite ridiculous that people will actually go and do these exams and not pass. I've heard people do IELTS 4 times, 5 times, you know, and I wonder, isn't it English, the same English that we all speak every day? But apparently, it's not as easy for some people as it is for others. But it should be, because again, I repeat, English is our national language. Anyways, speaking, listening, writing, reading play crucial roles in communication. A comprehensive understanding of these skills is essential for language proficiency. What are the functions of language? What are the functions of language? Language serves as a variety of functions in communication. And these functions include expressive, which allows individuals to express their feelings, their opinions, and emotions. You know, how do people express their feelings using language? How do they express their opinions using language? How do they express their emotions using language? I feel people should be more expressive in their feelings, should be more expressive in their opinions, should be more expressive with their emotions where language is concerned. How do I express my feelings with language? So I say, if somebody has annoyed me, I come and say, oh, I am so livid. I am so livid. Now you've said to someone that you're livid. You've expressed your feelings. At the same time, you've expressed your emotions with one word, livid. And then you want to express an opinion, and you say things like, I think people need to be more appreciative of others. That's an opinion. That's an opinion. So I'd like you to also give me other what's it called, examples in the comment section, please. Please comment with other examples of of the expressive aspect of the functions of language. I'll give you 4 minutes to do that. And then I'll read each and every one. Only one person has responded. Why aren't other people responding? Please, I want more examples of how you use the expressive function of language. More examples, please. More examples, please. Nobody. Okay. I'll proceed. Then we have Okay. Xiaomi. I don't know your name. It's only your phone's model that is showing. Okay, somebody says I'm a bit under the weather. Okay, and the person who said that, I'd like to correct your grammar just a little bit. Don't say I'm a bit under the weather. Say I am a bit under the weather, or I apostrophe am a bit under the weather. Okay, and this other person is saying today's class is informative and entertaining as well, and I kind of enjoy it. Okay, thank you. And I like the way that you've used those words. And somebody said, I feel lonely today, same person also. Okay, so that's a good way of using the expressive function of language. And then we have what? The informative function of language, and that's what? Conveying information, ideas, and knowledge. Conveying ideas, information, and knowledge. And that, I think, is one of the most important functions of language, because what? Information is important for everyone. Everybody needs to receive information at some point or the other. And at the end of the day, even your expressive function of language is still information, okay? So informative function of language examples. I'd like an example from someone. Informative function of language examples. Okay, can I hear some? Can I hear some examples, please? Or rather, can you type some down? I'll give one. It's really boring today. What is boring? Okay, so when you say the grass is green, you're giving information, isn't it? So can I hear more? The grass is green is an example. More? Did you know that you can learn more online that you do in class? Absolutely, that is an example. And then the sky is blue, absolutely. 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 Okay, great. Thank you for the examples. And then what? We'll go to the next one, which is directive. Directive function of language. That is what? Giving and receiving instructions, commands, or requests. Shut the door. Shut the door. That is giving an example of directive function of language. Can I get more examples? My example is shut the door. Another one is sit down, please. Another one is turn on the television. So what's another example, please? Can I get more examples? Can I get more examples? May we know the title of the course? Are you asking a question or are you giving an example? It's a request. Okay, it's GNS 101, use of English. And it's an example. Okay, a request and an example. I think I've answered that question. Okay, can I get more examples, please? More examples. Okay. Proceed, please. Yes, that's also a directive. Yeah, stand by the black gate. Yes, yes, yes. Don't proceed, please. Another one. Lovely, lovely. Okay. So We have what? Another one, which is what? The aesthetic. I find that funny. I find it funny too. Aesthetic functions of language. And that is what? Engaging in the creative and artistic expression through language. And one of those would be what? Poems. When you write a poem in a certain language, you know, it's aesthetic because you're dressing something up in such beautiful words. And an example would be what? My mother, who sat and watched my infant head when sleeping on my cradle bed. You know, that's one example of um, aesthetic functions of language. And I dabble a lot in the aesthetic function of language. Someone says, I'm intoxicated by the wine of your love. I feel like a dove. Wow. That is a very, very creative way of telling someone you love them. And that's beautifully done as well. Lovely. Can I get more examples? More examples, please. More examples, please. I'm waiting. The feeling is often a deeper truth. However, express it could be superficial, but I love you. Wow, I love this Valentine, this Valentine feeling that we have on the call today. we have we have a Valentine call class today. Okay, that's lovely. Any more? Any more? She has beautiful smiles that light up my day. Absolutely. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. I like reading people's expression, the aesthetic expression in language, because it makes me understand and makes me appreciate language even more. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. So understanding these functions is crucial as it aids in the appreciation of language in different contexts and enhances communication in various situations. Okay. Now, let's go to the uses of language, English language in Nigeria. The English language holds a significant importance in Nigeria, serving various purposes. And one of those is what? It's our official language, like I already said before. English is recognized as the official language of Nigeria, and it helps foster communication, unity among Nigerians, diverse linguistic communities. You know, it would be very, very funny if we had to choose just one of the Nigerian languages as our official language. It would be ridiculous as well, because how many languages do we have in Nigeria? There's so many, so many. And choosing, I mean, it can't be fair to one person and to the rest of the other tribes if you decide to use their language as the official language. And I guess that's why Nigeria decided upon the English language, as they were our colonizers. They decided to use the English language as our official language. And I like the fact that as Nigerians, we were able to also come up with Pidgin English for everyday communication, especially of the uneducated. That's not to say that, you know, it's any less for it. No, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I quite enjoy, you know, Pidgin English as a language. And maybe if that was our official language, it would be fun and easier for people. Ha ha ha. Just joking. But anyways, we have no choice but to adopt what our official language is and to be able to speak it properly. Okay, it's a medium of instruction. It's widely used as a medium of instruction in educational institutions. Native, okay, somebody is saying native language would be far better than foreign, I believe. Well, I can't say I agree with you. And the reason why I can't agree with you is because as a Yoruba woman, if Yoruba was the official language of Nigeria, what then happens to the Igbo? What then happens to the Hausa? What happens to the Urobo? What happens to the Shekiri? What happens to the Isoko? What happens to the Ijo? What happens to the Ibibio? What happens to the Efik? You know, it won't be fair. It won't. If Nigeria were a country full of only Yoruba people, then we would understand, perhaps. But you know, Yoruba language is nothing like the Igbo language. The Igbo language is nothing like the Hausa language. The Hausa language is nothing like Efik, you know, or the Kalabari, or the Isoko people, or the Boki people, or the Kana people. There are too many. So we can't say that we should use a native language as, you know, if there was a common native language, then it would make sense, like in Kenya, where they have Swahili. But remember, in Kenya, they don't have that many tribes. They don't have that many tribes in Kenya as we do in Nigeria. So that's something to put into consideration. Maybe if we had, okay, you said an English doesn't belong to any tribe in Nigeria. So learning Nigerian language would be easier than the foreign one since we interact with them. Take Hausa, for instance. It's widely spoken in Nigeria. Well, Hausa is not widely spoken in Nigeria, actually. Hausa is widely spoken in the north. Yes, there are portions of other parts of the country where there are Hausa people, just as there are portions in other parts of the country where there are Igbo people, and so on and so forth. But I mean, notwithstanding, we can't say Hausa should be the national language. It can't be the official language. Neither can Igbo, neither can Hausa, can Yoruba. None of those languages can be the official language because, first and foremost, we already chose one and we can't start to transition to another because then it will require that we learn those languages all together, and that will be just too messy. That will be just too messy. So, like I said, when no tribe, particularly if we're narrowing it down to just 3 tribes, like Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba, none is like the other. None whatsoever is like the other. So there's no common tongue. There are no words that are the same for any of the 3. So there's no common tongue except if it's a borrowed word, you know. So at the end of the day, there has to be a neutral language that everybody will be able to speak. And I guess that's why there's a watered down version of the English language, which is the Pidgin English, which is actually a very beautiful language. Okay, so I will proceed. But thank you for the interaction. I quite enjoyed it. Yes, English language is a tool for communication. It is utilized in domains such as, you know, business, media, government, and it helps to facilitate effective communication and participation in the global community. Like, as a matter of fact, that's another point, you know. we can't be talking to people outside of the country and speaking in any of our native or local language. Even Kenya, that has Swahili as its local language, cannot speak Swahili outside of Kenya or the Eastern Africa. So it's quite important that we have a good grasp of this language called English language. Absolutely. Like in Liberia, yes, English is the national language. It's the main language. In Ghana, it's the national language. You know, and so there are different parts of Africa. We have the Francophone Africa where it's French, and we have Anglicized Africa where it's English. You know, so absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, David, for that. So what is the significance of the English language in Nigeria? Like I said before, it's the official language and it holds paramount importance in Nigeria as it is recognized all over the world, the country, as the official language. Nigeria is a linguistically diverse nation with over 500 languages spoken across its regions, okay? And English serves as a unifying force. You know, it brings, you know, the communication gap among Nigerians, diverse linguistic communities. It helps to bridge that gap, absolutely, across board. And by establishing English as the official language, Nigeria promotes national cohesion and facilitates interactions across ethnic and cultural boundaries, which is what I've been trying to say all along. English language is the medium of instruction in educational institutions. In our schools, English language is used to teach. Primary school, secondary school, university, English language is what we use to teach. This adoption of English ensures uniformity in the educational system. That way, wherever you go in the country, whatever it is that you're trying to do, whether it's for a job interview or whatever, you do know that the person you're talking to, the person you're interviewing, has been taught in English. I can speak English. I'm going to conduct this interview in English. This person can work in this organization because they can speak English. It also facilitates the dissemination of knowledge, academic research, scholarly discourse, and thereby contributing to the intellectual advancement and societal development. English language is a versatile tool for communication in Nigeria. Extending beyond its influence, extending its influence beyond the educational sphere, in domains such as business, media, government, English language is the preferred language for official correspondence, as well as negotiations and even policy formulation. Because in the business sector, proficiency in English is a prerequisite for career advancement. The same thing as with the media industry. The media industry relies on English language to disseminate information or news, entertainment, to so many different audiences across the country. Imagine if we had to speak only Yoruba on TV. Who's going to watch? Only the Yoruba people will watch. Or if it's just Igbo, only Igbo people will watch. Like, in fact, think about it this way. We have African Magic Yoruba, we have African Magic Hausa, we have African Magic Igbo. Who are the people that watch African Magic Yoruba? The Yoruba people. I don't see anybody else rushing to come and watch Yoruba African Magic. The same way, I don't think I've ever sat down to watch Igbo African Magic because I don't speak Igbo. The little bits of Igbo that I understand, I promise you, I'll be lost trying to comprehend what it is that is being said in African Magic Igbo. And then we have the same thing for African Magic Hausa. So we cannot but use English language in Nigeria. We cannot but do that. So be it within our governmental institutions or wherever, English language is the language of legislation. It's the language of administration. It's the language of public discourse, and it helps to foster effective governance and democratic processes. Okay. And then, of course, like I said before, participation in global community. We cannot go outside of the country trying to speak our own language or languages to, people in the US or in the UK or in Switzerland or in Brussels or in China or in Japan or in Singapore. That would be foolhardy of anybody. Except, of course, if you speak those countries' languages. And that's just being generous, really, because when you have international and global interactions, then there's a general language that everybody should speak. Okay? So the prominence of the English language in Nigeria extends beyond national borders, facilitating the country's participation in the global community. Each proficiency enhances Nigeria's international relations, trade partnerships, and diplomatic engagement with other nations. It enables Nigerian professionals, their academics, and entrepreneurs to collaborate with counterparts worldwide, fostering cultural exchange, knowledge sharing, and innovation. Additionally, the proficiency in English enhances Nigeria's visibility and influence on the global stage, empowering the country to contribute meaningfully to discussions on international issues and sustainable development goals and global initiatives. I mean, I don't think I can flog it enough, really. Why invest in the English language? I mean, everything that I have said so far is a reason for us to invest in the English language, for us to be able to speak it better, for us to seek to learn it. Those in itself, I think, is enough reason. Because I mean, English language holds significant importance in Nigeria. So yeah. Now let's talk about grammar. Let's get to the nitty and gritty of our course. Grammar and parts of speech. What is grammar? I'd like to hear apart from what I have here, I'd like to hear what other people have to say about grammar. What is grammar? What is grammar? I'd like responses, please. My response is what I've written here. Grammar serves as the structural foundation of language, dictating how words combine to form meaningful and coherent sentences. So what is grammar to you? What is your definition of grammar? I'd like to hear, I'd like to read from you. Please drop an answer in the chat, please. Drop an answer in the chat. What is grammar to you? What did you learn grammar to be in primary school, in secondary school? What do you remember grammar being? What is grammar? What is grammar? Nobody. No one wants to talk to me about grammar. Rules for speaking and writing a language. Lovely, I like that response. Anybody else? Grammar is rules governing the use of English language. Lovely. Of not just English language, but of language generally. But I get what you mean. Anybody else? One more response, please, and then we shall proceed. One more person. I want to hear what one more person has to say about English, about grammar. Sorry, not English grammar, but about grammar. Because there's grammar across board. There's grammar, there's French grammar, there's Yoruba grammar, there's Hausa grammar, there's Igbo grammar. There's grammar everywhere. Arrangement of words. Okay, I'll take it. Not necessarily so, but it's an aspect, so I'll take it. Thank you for that. Okay, and then what is part of speech? The fundamental building blocks of grammar. Okay, somebody said grammar is language general, consisting of syntax and morphology. Okay. Yeah, so as I was saying, parts of speech are fundamental building blocks of grammar, classifying words based on their functions with sentences. And we have what? We have the noun, the pronoun, the verbs, the adjective, the adverb, the interjection, the preposition, the conjunction. Do we all remember all those things from primary school? The word are nouns. I remember when I was in primary school, a noun is the name of a person, animal, food, or thing. And I crammed it and I didn't even realize what I was saying until much later. But yeah, nouns are naming words representing people, places, things, or ideas. So can I get an example of a noun? My name is Feyisayo. That's a noun. I live in Ikeja. That's a noun. I drive a car. That's a noun. Nigeria is a noun. Okay, then what are verbs? Verbs are action or state words expressing what the subject does or is. And in primary school, what did we call it? The verb is a doing word, Abby? Yeah. So I'm running. Running is a verb. I run. Run is a verb. I sit. Sit is a verb. Because I'm doing it, it means that it's a verb. Okay? Adjective. Okay, watch. Yes, watch is a verb. Listen is a verb. Thank you for that. And then we have what? Adjectives. Adjectives are words describing or modifying nouns. Thank you for that. Thank. Jump is a word. Okay. Yeah. So example of words modifying nouns. Adjective examples. Examples of an adjective, or give me examples of adjectives. Examples of adjectives. Beautiful, lovely. Oh, thank you. So beautiful is an adjective. Another one. Big. Yes, that's an adjective. And small is an adjective. And colorful is an adjective. And high is an adjective. And low is an adjective. Okay? And then we have adverbs, words modifying verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs, often indicating how, when, where. So an example of adjective would be what? Sorry, I said adverb. An example of an adverb would be what? Adverb. Fluently, yes, that's an adverb. Suddenly, absolutely, that's an adverb. Really, yes, that's an adverb. Lovely, thank you for that. Okay, and then badly, yes, that's an adverb as well. Okay, and then we have pronouns. Pronouns, and these are words that are used for substituting nouns to avoid repetition. And so we have words like him, her, she, his, they, them, I, we. Beautiful. She is a good teacher. Yes. Okay. Can we use more of the pronouns in sentences? She sings beautifully. They went home. They are teaching. He is walking. Herself, himself. Lovely. Okay? And then we have prepositions, relating nouns or pronouns to other words in a sentence. Can I have an example of a preposition? Near, at, for, lovely, beneath, within, out of, inside, through, near, toward, on top, under, before. Beautiful, beautiful, well done, well done. Okay, then we have, okay, so can we use them in sentences? Can we use these words in sentences? She hid under the table, under. Let's meet at noon, at. It's over between you and I, not me. Over between you and I. The class started before 10 a.m. Yes. Okay, more. More. Any more? The cup is on the table. The cup is on the table. Okay. The food is in the microwave. In, on. Lovely. Well done. Well done. And then we have what? Conjunctions. The cat is hiding under the bed. Yes. It's over between you and I, not me and you. You and I. It's over between you and I. Okay? So let's talk about conjunctions. And these are what? Connecting words, phrases, or clauses. Connecting words, phrases, or clauses. Can I have an example of conjunctions? An example of conjunctions. Yet, yes, and, for, but. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Can we use them in sentences, please? Neither. Can we use them in sentences, please? She's smart but ugly. Oh, that's not nice to call someone ugly, but I get what you mean. Any more? My tender is going to the market while myself is, okay. I get what you're trying to do there, but this sentence isn't quite correct. I like both tea and coffee. Lovely. Neither Shadi nor Bola is at the party. Beautiful. Okay, Tunde. Okay, Mr. Tunde is going to the market while I am going to the office. Okay? I have a phone and it's brand new. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, well done. Well done. And then the final one, interjections. Interjections. Expressing strong emotion and exclamations. Okay, so can I have examples of interjections? Oh my days. Yes. Or wow. Yes. Or ouch. Or hey. Or hooray. Are you for real? Yes. Yes. Yummy. Nice. Nice. Okay, can we have them in a sentence? Even though some of them are already like short phrases, but can you use them in a sentence? Hooray, it's my birthday today. This is going great. Wow, that's an amazing performance. Beautiful. I like this. I like this. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we're ready said what these things are, but do we want to quickly look at these examples? So we said what nouns are representative of people, places, things, or ideas, and they can be what concrete, like a book or a chair, or abstract, like love and happiness. All right? And then verbs express an action. Run, jump, or a state of being like is and are. Okay? They convey what the subject is, so what the subject of the sentence is doing or experiencing. Okay, then we have adjectives. Adjectives modify or describe nouns, providing additional information about their qualities or characteristics. For example, in the phrase, the red car, red is an adjective describing the color of the car. Adverbs modify verbs, adjectives, and other verbs indicating how, when, where, or what to or to what extent something happens. For instance, in the sentence, she ran quickly. Oh, sorry, she quickly ran. Quickly is an adverb modifying the verb ran by describing how she ran. Okay? And then we have pronouns. Pronouns replace nouns in the sentence to avoid repetition. Common pronouns include he, she, it, they, and we. Prepositions establish relationships between nouns or pronouns and other words in a sentence, typically expressing location, direction, or time. Examples include in, on, at, from, like we already talked about. Okay? And then conjunctions join words, phrases, clauses, and or clauses within a sentence. Examples include and, but, or, and because. And then interjections are words or phrases that express strong emotions or reactions. Examples include wow, ouch, and oh no. Okay, so example of a noun, the cat is sleeping on the windowsill. Example of a verb, the dog barks loudly every morning. Example of an adjective, she wore a beautiful dress to the party. Example of an adverb, he speaks slowly to ensure clarity. Examples of a pronoun, she enjoyed the movie and later she went for a walk. An example of a proposition, the book is on the table. Example of a conjunction, she likes both coffee and tea. An example of interjection, wow, that was an amazing performance. Lovely. Okay? And then we'll talk about common errors in English language. One common error is the lack of agreement between the subject and the verb in a sentence. And this occurs when the subject and verb do not match in terms of number, singular or plural. For example, the team is playing well. Okay, so this is not a right example. What I meant to do is the team are playing well. Should be the team is playing well. You can't say the team are playing well. Why not? Because team is a collective term for a group of people within a sports. Am I right? And not only sports, but generally a group of people, working together. And that's what a team is. So if you say the team are playing well, you're confused because you think that a team should involve more people. However, the team is already a collective term, bringing a group of people into one. Therefore, it's, kind of singular. And that's why you will say something like the team is playing well. Okay? Then another example. Okay, someone is asking, when are we supposed to use are? You're supposed to use are when there are more than one people. So you can say things like, how are Tokwe and Bola doing? That's two people, so you're referring to them as are. But the reason why we didn't use are for the team is because team is a collective noun. That means that you have used one umbrella to bring a group of people together, therefore making them one. Okay? So like I was saying, misuse of pronouns is another a challenge and a common error in English grammar. Okay, so this occurs when a pronoun does not clearly refer to the antecedent when the pronoun's case, like the subjective, objective, or possessive, is incorrect. For example, Sarah gave the book to Mary and her thanked her. Now, of course, you can't even say her thanked her. What you should say is, if you want to use a pronoun in that context, you should say she thanked her. But of course, it's even better to say Mary thanked her so that you're clear who is thanking who. When you refer to two teams, is are agreeable? Absolutely, yes, are is agreeable when you're referring to two teams. Okay, and then we have improper verb tense. Okay, improper verb tense. And this can lead to confusion when an action took place. For example, she eats lunch when the phone rings. Should be, she's eating lunch when the phone rings. Or she was eating lunch when the phone rang. Okay? And then, of course, we have the common errors in the use of parts of speech. Identifying and correcting the common errors in parts of speech is pivotal for maintaining clarity and precision in communication, and common errors include subject-verb agreement, misuse of pronouns, and proper verb tense, which we've already tackled. Okay, so let's just use. Okay, I think we've already tackled these ones. So let's go to constructing sentences with the correct syntactic arrangement. Okay, what is syntactic arrangement? Anyone? I'd like to hear from you. What is syntactic arrangement? Syntactic arrangement. Systematic order. Anyone else? Okay, so syntactic arrangement is the organization of words in a sentence for coherence and clarity. Okay? Students benefit from, the guidance in instructing well-structured sentences, focusing on the subject-verb agreement, which ensures that the subject and the verb align in number and person. And then also proper word order and consistency in writing style. So, if, what's it called? An example of the subject-verb agreement, which ensures that the subject and the verb align in number and person, is what? The team of players are training hard every day, as opposed to the team of players is training hard every day. Can you see now that because there's the word players there, we can now use are in our sentence? Okay? So the team of players are training hard every day. Proper word order. Place words in a logical sequence to convey intended meaning. So an example is what? The car raced down the street quickly, as opposed to quickly, the car raced down the streets. Of course, if you're trying to, create an effect and all of that, this may be used, even though it's not appropriate, but for speech and for drama, yes, perhaps. Okay? And then consistency in writing style. So you maintain uniformity in writing style throughout the composition. So she writes formally in the introduction, but becomes informal in the conclusion. You should maintain a formal tone throughout the essay. If you're writing a formal essay, write a formal essay from start to finish. And if you're writing an informal essay, then write an informal essay from start to finish, okay? And then we have punctuation marks and their uses. Punctuation marks serve as the traffic signals of written language. So it helps to guide readers through the flow of information and things like that. So you have the common ones that everybody uses all the time. We have the periods, we have the commas, we have the semicolons, we have the colons, we have the apostrophes, and we have the quotation marks. So what are periods used for? Periods are used to indicate the end of a sentence. Example would be what? She finished her work and submitted on time. She finished her work and submitted on time. And then we have commas. Commas are used to separate items in a list, clauses, or phrase. Please give me 1 minute. Please give me 1 minute. Apologies. Sorry, my dog was disturbing me, so I had to move her away. Right. Where were we? Commas, yes. Commas are used to separate items in a list, clauses, or phrases. An example would be, I need eggs, milk, and bread from the store. I need eggs, milk, and bread from the store. So if we're going to read it out loud to tell you where those things are, it will be what? I need eggs, comma, milk, comma, and bread from the store, full stop. Okay? And then we have semicolons. And these are used to connect closely related independent clauses. For example, the sun was setting, the sky was painted with hues of orange and pink. So the sun was setting, semicolon. The sky was painted with hues of orange and pink. And then we have colons. Colons are used to introduce a list, explanation, or a quotation. For example, there are 3 things I love, semicolon, books, music, and travel. There are 3 things I love, semicolon, books, music, and travel. Okay, so you can see that there's a list in front of the semicolon, books, music, and travel. And then we have the apostrophes. And these are used to indicate possession or contraction. For example, the cat's tail. She didn't know it was theirs. Sorry, that's the wrong spelling of this. It's T-H-E-R-S. So yeah. So the cat's tail, she didn't know it was theirs, okay? And then we have quotation marks used to enclose direct speech or quotation. Example, he said, I'll be there in a few minutes. He said, I'll be there in a few minutes. So you're saying, or you're trying to describe exactly what someone said, you're going to be using quotation marks. You're trying to quote the person. Hold on, please, just 1 minute. My apologies, sorry. Just trying to manage the electricity situation. Yeah. Okay. So yes, we've talked about quotation marks. Now let's talk about idioms and examples. Idioms and examples. What is an idiom? Idioms are expressions with meaning that extend beyond literal interpretation of words. So you introduce common idioms and offer examples to illustrate how they add depth, nuance, and cultural flavor to language. So this is what we're going to be doing now. This is an example of an idiom, for instance. Bite the bullet. What does bite the bullet mean? It means to endure a painful experience with courage. And we find that Americans use it quite often. Americans use it quite often. Why don't you bite the bullet? You know? Another one is what? Okay, so let's look at this example. She had to bite the bullet and deliver the news herself. This is indicating that someone had bad news to convey and would rather have not done it, but didn't have a choice and ended up just, bracing up to go and do that. So she had to bite the bullet and deliver the news herself. Cost an arm and a leg. That means that it's what? Extremely expensive. Extremely expensive. The example would be what? The new phone may be advanced, but it costs an arm and a leg. The new phone may be advanced, but it costs an arm and a leg, which means that that phone is extremely expensive. So that's one other example of an idiom. Hit the hay. That means to go to bed or go to sleep. Hit the hay. After a long day, I'm ready to hit the hay. So yeah, these are examples of an idiom. And then we have what we call figures of speech. Figures of speech are linguistic devices that enhance language by adding literary flair and imaginative expression. Literary flair and imaginative expression. They allow writers and speakers to convey meaning in a creative and non-literal way. Okay? So we have figures of speech that are like them, and examples of them are what? Simile, metaphor, personification, alliteration, onomatopoeia, idioms, and hyperboles. Okay? And these figures of speech elevate language and they explain concepts and demonstrate how they enhance communication and creative expression. Um, I'm still trying to get rid of this ribbon. I can't seem to remember how to do that. I don't know why. Oh well, let's just proceed. Okay. So we have words like, sorry, we have figures of speech like a simile. And a simile is what a comparison using things like like or as. So the example for that would be what? The watermelon tasted sweet like candy. The watermelon tasted sweet like candy. And then we have personification, which is giving human characteristics to non-human entities, like the wind whispered secrets through the trees. And that's really just the way of saying the wind was blowing. Okay? And then we have the hyperbole, which, I mean, which is an exaggerated statement, really, and claims not to be not meant to be taken literally. So I've told you a million times to clean your room. I've told you a million times to clean your room. You can't tell, I mean, who can you tell a million times something? Do you understand? But it's, exaggerating how many times you've told that person because you actually have told them a number of times. Okay? So, what are figures of speech? Figures of speech are rhetorical devices that enhance language by adding depth, imagery, emotional resonance, to communication. They allow writers to speak they allow writers and speakers to convey meaning in creative and non-literal ways, enriching the expression of ideas. So what is a metaphor? What is a metaphor? A metaphor is a figure of speech that describes one thing in terms of another by asserting the similarity. For example, her smile was a ray of sunshine, compares the brightness and warmth of a smile to the radiance of sunlight. Okay, so that's what a metaphor is. We've talked about a simile, and an example of that is what? His eyes sparkled like diamonds, which compares the brightness and clarity of someone's eyes to the brilliance of diamonds. And we talked about the wind whispering secrets through the trees, which personifies the wind by giving it a human ability to whisper and convey secrets. Hyperbole, a figure of speech that involves exaggerated statements. Like I said before, I've told you a million times to go clean your room. You can't tell somebody anything a million times unless your mouth is going to tear and your person's ears are going to explode. And then we have something called affixation. Affixation. Affixation is the process of adding prefixes or suffixes to base words to create new words or modify their meaning. This common linguistic mechanism used to expand vocabulary and convey specific nuances of meaning. And so here are some examples. So unhappy, the prefix is un and changes happy to mean not happy. So the word happy, when you add an un to it, becomes the new word, which is unhappy, which means not happy. And that's a prefix. And then the suffix is a word like run. And then you add "ner" to it, and it becomes runner. So the word run becomes runner because you've added any R to it. So prefixes are added to the beginning of a base word, new word. For example, the prefix on added to the word unhappy creates, sorry, added to the word happy creates unhappy. And then we have the word, we have suffix, which is added at the end of a base word to change its grammatical function or convey additional meaning. For example, the suffix added to the verb teach creates a noun, teacher, indicating someone who teaches. Sentences to illustrate idioms, figures of speech, and affixes. So a practical application of idioms, and an example of idiom is, after receiving the unexpected award, she was on cloud 9. Sentence, winning the competition put her on cloud 9 for the rest of the week. We all know what cloud 9 means, isn't it? What is cloud 9? I haven't had anybody respond in a while. So what is cloud 9? I'd like to hear your responses. Honesty, Salman, where are you? Jairus, what is cloud 9? What is cloud 9? Okay. Extremely happy, a happy moment, a blissful moment. Michael Adebisi, thank you for that. Okay, thank you, Salman, for the response. Yes, so it's a state of bliss, absolutely. Okay, then here's another one, a metaphor example. His anger was a raging inferno. Sentence is what? When he heard the news, his anger burned like a raging inferno. What is a raging inferno? Yes, elation, that's correct. What is a raging inferno? Like a really bad fire, right? A very bad fire. So when you see somebody's anger burned like a really bad fire, burned like a raging inferno, that means the person was extremely angry. or the person was livid, you know. Okay, and then we have an example of affixation. She was preoccupied with her upcoming exam. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming exam. We added pre to occupied and turned the word into preoccupied. Okay? And then we'd like to delve into understanding the basic rules of grammar. Okay? Grammar and parts of speech, common errors, and sentence construction. And I'm thinking that we can go on our break now so that we can come back at 12:45 and continue with the next section, understanding the basic rules of grammar. So let's take our break and we'll be back in 1 hour. Thank you for being here, for all who are here right now. I really appreciate, and I hope you're learning and understanding what it is that we're talking about. And then when we come back at 12:45, we'll continue the rest of our class. Thank you, and see you later. language has grammar. Igbo language has grammar. All languages, French, Spanish, German, Italian, Portuguese, they all have grammar. And so grammar is the backbone of all language. It provides the structural framework that allows us to communicate effectively. And there are a set of rules that it encompasses. And it also has principles that governs how words are organized and combined to form meaningful sentences. Individuals can construct clear, coherent, and grammatically correct sentences, facilitating effective communication. And it is important to make sure that any sentence that we decide to construct is clear, is coherent, and is grammatically correct. Okay? So sentence construction. You have to ensure that the subject and verb agree in number and person. Remember we said incorrect. The team of players are training hard every day as opposed to the team of players is training hard every day. All right? So the correct thing is to say what? The team of players are training hard every day, and not the team of players is training hard every day. However, if you wanted to say the team is training hard every day, then that's correct, as opposed to the team are playing hard every day. I hope I'm making sense. And so the proper word order, you need to place words in a logical sequence to convey to convey to the, what am I saying? Place words in a logical sequence to convey intended meaning, okay? So I talked about it earlier. Rather than say, quickly the car raced down the street, you say the car raced down the street quickly. And then there has to be consistency in writing style. Consistency in writing style. You have to maintain uniformity in writing style throughout the composition. So this is an inconsistent writing style. She writes formally in the introduction, but becomes informal in the conclusion. The consistent writing style is to maintain formal tone start to finish, that is, throughout the essays. And so when you're doing that, it's useful to keep in mind that in your writing style, you use specific nouns, you use powerful verbs, use all 5 senses, use figurative language, use showing, use parallel structure, use simpler words, and use sentence variety. Okay? Very important. And then we want to go to the Understanding Basic Rules of Grammar, Part 2. Understanding Basic Rules of Grammar, Part 2. And we'll be learning about figures of speech, again, and sentence construction further. Okay, so let's talk about the essentials of essential qualities of paragraphs, because you can't do any kind of writing without using paragraphs. You can't do any form of writing without using paragraphs. So we'll talk about paragraphs and its parts, thematic qualities, and methods of development, methods of ordering details, and how to use paragraphs. What is a paragraph? A paragraph is a self-contained unit of writing that presents a coherent idea or argument, and it consists of essential parts. So there's something that we refer to as topic sentence. A topic sentence introduces the main idea or theme of the paragraph. It serves as the roadmap for the reader, guiding them through the content that follows. Okay? It serves as the roadmap for readers, guiding them through the content that follows. The topic sentence serves as the foundation, of the paragraph, and it encapsulates the main idea or argument that the paragraph will explore. It acts as a guiding light for both the writer and the reader. It provides clarity and it provides direction within the text. So on the topic of clarity, the topic sentence will offer clarity by explicitly stating the focus of the paragraph, like exactly what it is that that paragraph is talking about. So that's what the topic sentence does. So that's the first line in your paragraph, right? So it will help you to eliminate ambiguity and ensure that readers understand the purpose of the upcoming discussion. And then we move on to coherence. By establishing the central theme, because each paragraph has to have a central theme, the topic sentence helps maintain the coherence within the context of that paragraph. It will ensure that all the subsequent sentences that relate directly to the main idea have a coherent theme, and then it will help avoid tangential and unrelated content. So you end up not going into a different tangent altogether as it concerns that paragraph and the topic sentence that you have already laid down. And then next, we come to engagement. A well-crafted topic sentence captures the reader's attention and encourages them to continue reading. It sets the tone for the paragraph, piquing curiosity and generating interest in the topic. Okay? And finally, organization. The topic sentence serves as the structural tool. So it will guide the organization of your ideas within that paragraph, and then it will provide a framework for arranging and supporting details and the arguments in a logical sentence. Okay? What are examples of effective topic sentences? Health and fitness. So for example, regular exercise is essential for maintaining physical and mental well-being. That is the topic sentence. Now, if you've written that down at the beginning of a paragraph, it only makes sense that everything else will flow based on what it is that you've already written down. Okay? Then another example is education and success. And the topic sentence would be what? Access to quality education and a fundamental, is a fundamental determinant of individual achievement and societal progress. That is a fantastic topic sentence for, success and education and success. Okay? And then another one would be environmental and conservation, and an example would be implementing sustainable practices is imperative for preserving our planet's biodiversity and mitigating climate change. Right? And then in where technology and innovation is concerned, an example would be advancements in technology have revolutionized communication, transforming the way we connect and interact with one another. So these are nice examples of topic sentences in different fields of study or research or literature, as it were. Functions of the topic sentence. It will help, number one, it will help introduce the main idea. The topic sentence articulates the central theme or argument that the paragraph will address, setting the stage for subsequent discussion. That's one function. Another function is that it provides focus because it narrows down the scope of the paragraph, and then it prevents it from becoming overly broad or unfocused. Okay? And then this ensures that the discussion remains relevant and coherent. Okay? And then number 3 is that it helps to establish context. So the topic sentence will provide, excuse me, will provide context for the reader, right? Helping them to understand that the significance of the information that follows. You understand? So it answers the question, why is the topic important? Why? So that's the answer that that gives. Why is the topic important? So it helps establish in establishing context. And then 4th, it helps to create unity. So by unifying the context, the paragraph under, by unifying the context of the paragraph under a single idea, the topic sentence then promotes cohesion and clarity. So it helps readers recognize the underlying theme that ties together the various, elements of the paragraph. Are we together? Are we together? Is this making sense? And then we have something called supporting sentences. Supporting sentences provide further elaboration, evidence, or examples to help support the main idea that was initially presented in the topic sentence. Thank you, Sonny. So they strengthen the argument or explanation, and then the strengthening is what was initially explained in the beginning of the paragraph. Okay, so it just brings a general sense of cohesion and further elaboration, as it were, to the topic sentence. And then it plays a crucial role in expanding upon the main idea, so it expands it, it expatiates it, it amplifies it, right? And it provides, like we said before, additional details, evidence, analysis, examples to bolster and reinforce the central theme of the paragraph. Okay? Lovely. So we'll now talk about what elaboration. Supporting sentences, excuse me. Sorry, just 1 minute. Right. Supporting sentences offer elaboration by providing further explanation, clarification, or context for the main idea presented in the topic sentence. They delve into specific aspects of the topic, you know. So for example, you're talking about regular exercise is essential for maintaining physical and mental health. The elaboration to that would then be what physical activity stimulates the release of endorphins, neurotransmitters that promote feelings of happiness and well-being. So that's what, you know, that's one of the things that a supporting sentence does for a topic sentence within the context of a paragraph. Again, a supporting sentence provides evidence, right? Evidence. Supporting sentences present evidence or data to validate the claims made in the topic sentence. Okay? So they cite research findings, expert opinions, statistical data, or anecdotal evidence to substantiate the arguments put forth. So by providing credible support, these sentences enhance the credibility and persuasiveness of a paragraph's main idea. So an example of that would be access to quality education is fundamental, excuse me, is a fundamental determinant of individual achievement and societal progress. Now that is the topic sentence. And then the supportive sentence to that would then be, according to a study by the World Bank, each additional year of schooling is associated with 10% increase in an individual's earning potential. See, evidence. Okay? So another thing is examples, right? Examples help a topic sentence illustrate, you know, the main idea through using specific examples or anecdotes. They offer real-life instances or scenarios, you know, to help demonstrate how the concept or the argument applies in practice. So by grounding abstract concepts in concrete examples, supporting sentences make the topic well more relatable and even more accessible to the reader. For example, an example of an example is what the topic sentence is: implementing sustainable practices is imperative for preserving our planet's biodiversity and mitigating climate change. That is the topic sentence. The supporting sentence is, for instance, adopting renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power can reduce carbon emissions and decrease reliance on fossil fuels. You see what we did there? Example of an example. And then there's analysis. So supporting sentences engage in critical analysis for interpretation of the main idea. So, you know, examining its implications, its significance, its ramifications, they offer insights They offer interpretations or evaluation to even deepen the reader's understanding of the topic. So by providing thoughtful analysis, supporting sentences encourage reflection and intellectual engagement. So, for example, advancements in technology have revolutionized communication, transforming the way we connect and interact with one another. Supporting sentence of that would be, however, the increasing reliance on digital communication platforms raises concerns about privacy, cybersecurity, and erosion of face-to-face interactions. You see that? You get it? If you don't get it, don't forget about it. And then we have synthesis. Supporting sentences, they help synthesize information, from multiple sources or perspectives to present a comprehensive view of the topic, right? So they integrate diverse viewpoints, arguments, or findings to offer a more nuanced and balanced discussion. So by synthesizing various sources of information, or support, things like that, supporting sentences enrich the depth, and the complexity of the paragraph's main idea. So an example of that would be, okay, topic sentence. The debate over genetically modified organisms, GMOs, encompasses scientific, ethical, and environmental considerations. And then the supporting sentence to that, which is the synthesis, will be, while proponents argue that GMOs can alleviate food shortages and enhance crop resilience, critics raise concerns about potential health risks, environmental impact, and corporate control of food supply. So you see how that synthesis has come to be. It has helped to synthesize, different viewpoints from, some other angle. And then we have something called transitional phrases. Transitional phrases. Transitional phrases. What are transitional phrases? Transitional phrases or words connect ideas within a paragraph and facilitate a smooth transitions between sentences. So they help maintain coherence and flow, guiding the reader from one point to the next. And so transitional phrases or words, they will serve as bridges, within a paragraph. They will facilitate smooth transition, and they will help maintain coherence and flow. They help. They play a crucial role in guiding the reader. And so when we talk about transitional phrases, these are some of the examples here. You have examples like furthermore, on the other hand, however. Those kinds of phrases are transitional phrases, so that when you start to say one thing, like let's go back a little bit. When you start with your topic sentence, and then you put a supporting sentence, and in the context of your supporting sentence, there's your elaboration and your evidence, and you're tying your elaboration to your evidence, use a word like however or furthermore, and then when you're tying your evidence to your example, you say things like, for example. Do you understand? And when you're doing your analysis and all of that, you also add words like, on the other hand, or furthermore, and so on and so forth. So those are the kind of things we refer to as transitional phases. Okay? And then phrases, sorry. And then we have something called continuity, and cohesion. So transitional phases, phrases maintain continuity and cohesion within the paragraph by linking related concepts or supporting details. Then they will help you reinforce the coherence of the narrative or argument, preventing, abrupt jumps or disjointed transitions that can confuse the reader, because you say something and then the next thing you jump into another one. Whilst it's easy for you, it's better and smoother and more coherent for you to say something like, oh, in addition, or similarly, like that. Okay. And then we also have emphasis and contrast. Emphasis and contrast. Traditional phrases emphasize key points or signal contrast between ideas. Okay? So guiding the reader's interpretation and understanding, that's what it does. It helps to guide the reader's interpretation and understanding. They highlight, extremely important information or draw attention to significant shifts, in perspective, tone, or argumentation. So you have an example in things like indeed and conversely, within the context of your paragraph. Okay? And then something also called sequence and progression. Sequence and progression. Okay? So transitional phrases denote sequence and progression, indicating the order in the events, ideas, or arguments as they unfold. Okay? So they organize information in a logical manner, guiding the reader through a coherent narrative or line of reasoning. So, you hear things like firstly, subsequently, obviously, that firstly will come before subsequently, right? So it just allows you to see that there's a flow and there's an order in order for you to, get a coherent line of reasoning, okay? And then we have something else called cause and effect. Cause and effect. Transitional phrases, they illustrate cause and effect relationships, clarifying the reasons behind certain outcomes or consequences. So they elucidate the connections between actions, events, or phenomena, enhancing the reader's comprehension and insight. So an example will be as a result or therefore. So like this illustration that I have here, you can use the phrase as a result of the rain, there was a rainbow. As a result of the rain, there was a rainbow. Or it rained, therefore there was a rainbow. It rained, therefore there was a rainbow. So that's the cause and effect version of transitional phrases. And then we have the conclusion and summation. Transitional phrases signal conclusion or summation, wrapping up the discussion or reinforcing the main point of the paragraph. They provide closure and closure to the reader. And then summarizing key ideas and reinforcing the paragraph's overall significance. Please, I need 1 minute to put on the generator. Okay, I'm back. So we're talking about conclusion and summation. In conclusion and summation,
Please let's give the lecturer a few more minutes. Like she rightly said, she wants to put on her generator. So please be patient as we have her back in a few minutes.
please forgive me. My generator went off again and then my computer went off altogether. So I had to just shift and move to another computer. So please just, I'm just trying to get myself together once again. My sincere apologies. My slides will come on very shortly and then we'll proceed from there. Again, I apologize. Okay, getting there. We're almost done, so yeah. Right. I do believe. Yeah, so conclusion and summation. I'm about to bring up my slides now. Slideshow. Okay. Share screen. Sorry, like I said, I had to move to another computer entirely. I'm having some difficulty sharing my screen. Please, can you enable sharing for me?
Are you going? Boma, please make her echo. Hello, Boma, are you there?
It seems the person is not here, but I still can't share my screen. Okay, I can share my screen now. Thank you. Right. Okay. I'm truly sorry that there's been this technical difficulties, but like I said, it couldn't be helped. I'm sorry. Right, so let's continue. So we have what we call conclusion and summation, which was the last thing I said. I said traditional phrases, I keep saying phrases, traditional phrases, transitional phrases, signal conclusion or summation. That means you're wrapping up a discussion or you're reinforcing the main point of a paragraph. And in doing that, you need the kind of transitional phrase that helps you bring such a thing to a resolution or to a close. It helps bring you to a resolution or to a close. Okay? That is what a transition, conclusion and summation version of the transitional phrase does. Helps bring your paragraph to a reasonable conclusion and to a close. Okay, so an example of that would be, in summary, to conclude. In summary, to conclude. In summary, and to conclude. That is a typical example of a transitional phrase that has emphasis on summation and conclusion. All right, then we have the right fluidity. Variety and fluidity. Variety and fluidity. Phrases add variety and fluidity to the writing, and so it prevents monotony, and it prevents and it enhances readability. Prevents being monotonous, enhances its readability and value as it were. Okay? And an example of that will help diversify the sentence. The sentence structure, the sentence rhythm, it will help create a dynamic and engaging narrative that holds interest. With this in mind, in light of this, and I know that when we write, a lot of us use these kinds of phrases. Thematic qualities and methods of development. Paragraphs exhibit thematic qualities that contribute to their effectiveness in conveying ideas. Unity, coherence, emphasis, depth and complexity, relevance and significance. So, each paragraph should focus on a single.
Hello, ma, please, we cannot
idea.
hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yes, ma. Your voice is faint.
Let me try to use the one I was using before. Maybe that will be better. Sorry, just a minute then. Just give me 2 minutes. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, so I was saying that, okay, maybe I should back up a little bit. Let me back up a little bit. Why is my, okay, so, okay, sorry, my screen is still showing, okay, no, it doesn't matter. Guess I can work with that. So I want to go back to, I need to exit this one. Stop sharing. Share here. Okay, please enable my sharing again. I need to, because I've changed computers. So please enable my sharing again. Right. If I said the last, I'm not sure what you heard last, but I'll just start from thematic qualities and methods of development. Since I think okay, yeah, let's start with that. So I said paragraphs exhibit thematic qualities that contribute to the effectiveness in conveying ideas, and these thematic qualities include unity, coherence, emphasis, depth, and complexity, right? And so I wanted us to start with unity. And what does unity mean? So each paragraph should ideally focus on a single main idea or topic. And this will help it maintain coherence and clarity throughout the paragraph, okay? So unity refers to the coherence and focus of a paragraph around a single central idea or theme. So picture it as, let me see, let me look for a perfect example of something that I can use to picture it. I don't know, so nothing readily comes to mind. When I remember something, I'll come back to it. But anyways, it's really just about, like drawing a dot and connecting several things to that dot. That's how it works. So when you have a central theme, you build around that theme, and then you bring it together in a cohesive manner. So the thematic quality ensures that every sentence within the paragraph contributes directly to the main point. So it enhances clarity, and then comprehension of the reader is also enhanced, okay? For example, in a paragraph discussing the benefits of exercise, every sentence should contribute to the central theme of physical activity's positive impact on one's health. Okay? So, for example, sentences might focus on the cardiovascular benefits, mental health benefits, and longevity associated with regular exercise. So any unrelated information, such as dieting tips or unrelated hobbies, will disrupt the unity of that paragraph. Okay? Then we have coherence. Okay? The sentences within a paragraph needs to be logically connected, with ideas flowing smoothly from one to the next. Coherence involves the logical connection and smooth progression of ideas within a particular paragraph. Okay? So a coherent paragraph presents information in a logical sense, and then each of the sentences flowing naturally from the preceding one. Okay? So the transitional phase and logical transition help to maintain coherence, guiding the reader through the paragraph's progression of thoughts, right? This thematic quality ensures that the paragraph is easy to follow and easy to understand, and then help facilitate effective communication ideas. So an example of that would be a paragraph about climate change, for instance, and then I begin this by discussing the rise in global temperatures, followed by an examination of the melting polar ice caps, and then concluding with the potential impact on sea levels and coastal communities, right? Now, each sentence logically builds up the previous one, creating a coherent progression of ideas that leads to the deeper understanding of that topic. And then emphasis. A paragraph should highlight key points or arguments using techniques such as repetition, contrast, or emphasize. Repetition, contrast, or to emphasize important concepts. Okay, so emphasis refers to the strategic highlighting of key points of ideas within a paragraph. That's the definition. Now, by placing emphasis on certain concepts or arguments, the writer directs, excuse me, the writer directs the reader's attention and reinforces the paragraph's main message. Techniques like repetition, parallelism, or strategic placement can also be used to achieve emphasis, enhancing the paragraph's persuasive power and impact. And an example of that in a paragraph is advocating for renewable energy, for instance. Now, the writer might strategically repeat the phrase, clean, sustainable energy sources, to emphasize the importance of environmentally friendly alternatives to fossil fuels. And by repeating this key phrase, the writer will draw attention to central arguments and reinforce its significance in the reader's mind. And then we have depth and complexity. Now, thematic qualities can also encompass the depth and the complexity of ideas explored within a paragraph. Now, a well-developed paragraph goes way beyond surface level or analysis to delve into the nuances and intricacies of the topic. Now, it may incorporate multiple perspectives, interpretations, or layers of meaning, and then also encourage critical thinking and engagement from the reader. Now, this thematic quality adds richness and depth to the paragraph's content. And then it elevates its intellectual value and relevance. Okay? An example of that would be a paragraph that explores the ethical implications of artificial intelligence, which might then go into various perspectives, including concerns about job displacement, privacy violations, and algorithmic bias. Okay? But by examining multiple facets of the issue, the paragraph then offers a nuanced understanding of the ethical dilemmas posed by the AI technology, right? Then we have relevance and significance. Now, finally, thematics of the ideas paragraph, right? Now, a paragraph should address topics that are meaningful and pertinent to the overall context of or purpose of the writing altogether. That's important. And by ensuring that every idea contributes meaningfully to that broader discussion, thematic qualities then go ahead to enhance the paragraph's overall impact and relevance to the reader. So for instance, in an essay about public health policy, a paragraph discussing vaccination mandate would be highly relevant and significant to the broader topic. And so conversely, a paragraph about unrelated topics such as the history of vaccination would detract from that coherence and effectiveness of that essay. I hope I'm making sense. And so therefore, it makes sense to always think about the relevance and the significance of the components that you bring into an essay all together. Okay? Now let's talk about methods of development. And these methods of development refer to strategies that are used to expand, expatiate, and elaborate on the main idea that is presented in a paragraph all together. So here are the common methods of development. We have exemplification, we have description, we have comparison and contrast, and we have cause and effect. We mentioned these earlier in the day, so I'm just going to read out the what's it called? Meanings, just so that we refresh ourselves as we have talked about it before. So what is exemplification? Exemplification is what providing examples or illustrations in order to clarify and support our main idea, okay? And then what's the description? We're using our sensory details and vivid language to create a vivid picture or impression. And we did some of that when you just did a description when we were talking about adjectives and adverbs and so on and so forth, okay? And then we have a comparison and contrast. Comparison and contrast will help to highlight similarities and the differences between the concepts or objects. And of course, cause and effect. Remember when we talked about rain and the rainbow? Okay, cause and effect will help in explaining the relationship between events or the phenomena by examining their causes and their consequences. So we've gone through all of this, but let's run through them once again, so that we have it fresh in our memories. So what does exemplification do? It helps the main idea, okay? An example of exemplification in an essay would be what? Discussing the importance of perseverance, right? And then the writer might provide examples of famous individuals who overcame the adversity, such as Thomas Edison, who failed numerous times before inventing the light bulb, or J.K. Rowling, who faced rejection before achieving success with the Harry Potter series. Now, none of these things would have come to be if both of them did not persevere. So, I mean, that is a way to show exemplification in the context of an essay. Okay? Description, again, an example of that is what in a narrative about tranquil country scene, the writer might describe the lush green fields swaying gently in the breeze and the sweet scent of wildflowers wafting through the air and the melodious chirping of birds perched on trees, creating a vivid and immersive portrayal of the setting. You know, so that's the way, you know, it works with in the context again of an essay. And then contrast and comparison. In an essay comparing two different educational approaches, the writer might contrast the traditional lecture method-based traditional lecture-based method with hands-on experiential learning approach, okay? Highlighting the strengths and the weaknesses of each approach and providing valuable insights into their effectiveness, right? And then we have methods of ordering details. Effective paragraphs employ methods to organize and order details, ensuring clarity and coherence. And these methods include the chronological order, the spatial order, the logical order, and the order of importance. Of course, chronological, with the way the word sounds, you already know it has to do with time. So this is presenting details in the order in which they occur in time. And then the spatial order talks about arranging details based on their physical location or spatial relationship. While the logical order talks about structuring details based on their logical progression or the hierarchy of their importance, you know, like a scale of preference type scenario, like we said earlier. And then, of course, the order of importance, again, is another way of ordering it. And we're talking about, of course, another type of scale of reference, but this time presenting details in order of their significance or relevance to the main idea, okay? So the chronological order, this order involves presenting the details in a particular kind of sequence, as in the way they occur in time. And this method is commonly used in narratives, historical accounts, you know, and process description to provide a clear timeline of events. You know, when did it happen in history, or when did it happen in the present, or when did it happen at all? You know, when did it happen? Okay, and in what order did it happen? Did it happen? The first event happened in the morning. The second happened in the afternoon. The third happened in the evening, and the fourth happened at night. That kind of a thing is what we're referring to here. So in a biography of a historical figure, the writer might begin to, you know, talk about the person's birth, you know, their childhood, what jobs they did, where did they work, who did they work with, you know, things like that. What academical awards did they get over time, and at what time, when did they get married, things like that, you know. So at the end of the day, it then ends with their legacy and what impact that they've had on history. Okay, so that's what chronological order is talking about. And then when we're talking about spatial order, an example in that is maybe like in a travel log about a visit to a national park. The writer may start to describe the park's entrance and the visitor center, and then move on to explore different trails and landmarks and scenic viewpoints, providing a virtual tour of the park's landscape, you know. So that's an example. I mean, anybody who has been to a zoo before, or who has been to a resort, or who has been to Lekki Conservation Center, you can imagine describing such a thing to someone as, you know, in a spatial order. That's what I'm talking about, okay? And then the logical order. The logical order structures details based on, you know, the logical progression or the hierarchy of importance. So this method is employed to ensure that the information flows smoothly and is easy to follow for the reader. So an example of that is an instructional manual or assembling furniture, the step-by-step, you know, way to assemble maybe a baby's crib or something like that, or a shelf or things like that, you know. So the step-by-step way to do that is the logical order. You know, don't do one before, don't do what's meant to come after in the beginning, so to speak. Okay. So and then there's order of this of importance, which the example of that is a persuasive essay arguing for environmental conservation. So the writer can begin by discussing the most urgent environmental threats, such as climate change, deforestation, and then move on to secondary issues like, you know, pollution, habitat loss, and then ensure that the main message is conveyed effectively, most importantly. Okay, so I'm so sorry that I'm taking this long, but of course, you know, we lost some time. We lost some time earlier when I was trying to get the computer on, but we're almost done. So just give me like another 15 minutes and we'll be done. Okay. So the next topic we'll be talking about is how to use paragraphs. Using paragraphs effectively involves, you know, the following considerations, which are what? Start a new paragraph for each new idea. Ensure unity and coherence, which we've talked about before. Use transitional devices. We mentioned that also, and then revise and edit. Every time you do a paragraph, it makes sense to revise and edit what you've done before moving on to the next paragraph, okay? So that, you know, at the end of the day, your essay, your document, whatever it is you're writing, your article has coherence all through from start to finish, and there's a logical, you know, order to all those things. Okay, so yeah, like I said, start a new paragraph. So an example is in an essay about climate change. You might start a new paragraph when transitioning from discussing the causes of global warming to exploring its effects on the ecosystems, ensuring that each idea is presented in its own distinct paragraph. Okay, and then in the what's it called, in being united and coherent with regards to your documents, your article, your essay, whatever it is, you know, you also want to make sure that you're doing everything possible to maintain that unity and coherence. And so in an example would also be that maybe you're trying to discuss the benefits of renewable energy in your essay or in your document or in your paper. You want to make sure that, you know, all the supporting sentences are relating directly to the main idea of reducing carbon emissions and mitigating climate change and maintaining unity and coherence throughout the said paragraph, you know. So at the end of the day, you also want to remember to use transitional devices. Remember, we talked about transitional phases, like on the other hand, in contrast, furthermore, and so on and so forth. So you can use this to indicate the shift in perspective or to introduce a new supporting point and enhance the coherence of your flow of your writing, okay? Okay, so then you want to revise and edit, revise and edit. Review your paragraphs to ensure clarity, coherence, effectiveness in conveying your message. Make revisions as needed to improve the structure and the organization, and as well as your clarity. And an example, of course, again, since we're talking about renewable energy and all those things, you know, you want to pay attention to the overall structure and organization, ensuring that each paragraph has a clear topic sentence and supporting sentence and logical flow of ideas. You need to edit it for clarity, remove any unnecessary or redundant information, and refine your writing to ensure that your paragraphs effectively convey your intended message. Okay? So we want to talk about appreciating literary works in English. What is literature? What is the history and development of literature? And what are the functions of literature? Literature encompasses written works, written or spoken works actually, that express ideas, that express emotions, and also experiences through language, and specifically where we're concerned, English language. And so it includes various forms such as poetry, prose, drama, fiction, non-fiction, and all whatnot. Literature serves as a reflection of human experiences, okay, whether fiction or not. You're writing, most of the time you're writing from your experience or someone else's experiences, okay? And so they're offering insights into different cultures and societies and historical periods. So an example of such would be what? William Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, or J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter, even though that one is a bit just a bit circumspect with the Harry Potter series, because it's talking about witches and wizardry and all that, and I'm not sure that that is being written from someone's experience, but their imagination anyways. So literature that explores themes of love, of identity, of power, and of conflict, all those things are usually coming from what someone's experience or, you know, another person's experience, as it were, and this resonates with readers across generations, okay? So what is the history and the development of literature? The history of literature spans across thousands of years, and it's influenced, of course, by culture. It's influenced by, you know, social factors and by history and all whatnot. And it has evolved through the years, through various periods and movements, each characterized by, you know, different kinds of styles, unique styles, themes, techniques. Because the way, what's his name, William Shakespeare wrote thousands of years ago is definitely very different from the way Chimamanda writes today, you know. There's the general rules that everybody adheres to, but of course there's different style to the way writing is being done today, okay? So an example would be what? Development of literature can be traced from its earliest forms, such as Old English poetry like Beowulf, through the Middle Ages with works like Geoffrey Chaucer, that's the Canterbury Tales, and to the Renaissance with William Shakespeare, and then the modern era with the diverse voices of people like Virginia Woolf and Toni Morrison and James Baldwin. And like I said before, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and what's this woman's name? No, this man's name, Olarotimi. And well, there's a host of them. There's a host of them. Rekiata and all of that. So yeah. So what are the functions of literature? Literature serves multiple functions. And I mean, chief among them, I think, is education, and very closely followed by entertainment, and then of course cultural preservation, social critique, and quite a few others. And it provides readers, with the opportunities of escapism, and I completely agree with that. I mean, a lot of people want to escape into whatever it is that they're reading, and sometimes even find themselves mimicking some of the actors involved and all of that. Literature also serves as a vehicle for exploring human complex experiences, challenging societal norms, and fostering empathy and understanding. An example, of course, would be works like George Orwell, 1984, or Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale. Handmaid's Tale is a book that has even been turned into a movie, and it's quite morbid and all of that. But it serves as cautionary tales about the dangers of totalitarianism or the erosion of individual freedoms, and it prompts readers to reflect on the state of the society, things like that that help you think, that help you maybe sometimes even check some other people. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining my class. Very grateful to have had you in here. If you have any questions, please ask me. Please ask me so that we can tackle them, and then, I don't know, we'll take it from there. So thank you very much. I truly appreciate your time. And yeah, I look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Any questions, please feel free to ask. Ma, you have a question. What are the genres of literature?
The genres of literature. Well, I mentioned fiction. I mentioned non-fiction. I mentioned poetry. I mentioned prose. I mentioned, what did I mention again? I think I mentioned autobiography. So we also have a narrative. We have novels. We have drama. Yes, thank you, Lamidi. We have Abigail. We have drama. We have essay. We have science fiction. We have genre fiction. We have mystery. We have lyric poetry. Then there are quite a number of them. There are fables, epic poetry, fantasy fiction, mythology, magic realism. I mean, there's quite a lot. So yeah, and it's something you might also want to research, so that you can also look at them for yourself. I'm sure if you click on, if you search on Google, you'll find a long list of them. Thank you. Any other questions, please?
Okay, I think there are no more questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's been a wonderful and informative session with you. And I believe the students will agree with me. Thank you for that.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
It's
And
fine.
I'm so glad. Thank you, Abigail. Thank you very much. So everyone, do have an amazing rest of the day and a week ahead. Please, I will send the slides to Mercy and Edith, and I guess they'll find a way of getting them across to you, so that you can also then, look at the slides again and just yeah, refresh your memory.
All right, Ma. Thank you so much. So like she said, the slides will be sent across. Please feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us, engage, like, mention, share. We really need your engagement, okay? Then for those of us that are still yet to pay our acceptance fee, please kindly do so. We've been extending. So please do well to pay your acceptance fee. And then I want to also announce to every one of us that we will have a test. So I want you to prepare your mind ahead of it. We are going to be having a test on entrepreneurship, element of entrepreneurship. That's going to be taking place in 2 weeks' time. So after this coming week, we are going to be writing the test on a